Alright, we're back with more Metroid Prime 4. This game makes me very sad. It's, very, very tragic, I think. I coincidentally happened to play another Metroidvania last week, Pseudo Regalia, an indie game, and just, like, seeing the difference in the structure between that and this was, like, striking. It's not like it's crazy complicated and crazy open the way it's laid out, but it's not just, like, point A to point B all the time.
You'll need to get that generator back online, Samus.
Yeah, I'm probably still going to require me to do stuff with the generator.
Down in the lower levels of this facility.
It must not have been done when I was in there before. I'll look that up here in a second. I hope this game prompts some discussions about how this happens, right? But the closest thing I can think to compare it to is the Hobbit trilogy. Obviously they want me to shoot something else in there, right? I can't think of what else, unless if there's like a thing I can hit with this. It's probably what they want, actually. Because it has to fit through that thing. Yeah, okay. I didn't think to do that before. And the second one, and there's like a light beam coming out of it. Okay, I understand. It's kind of the game's biggest idea. Not the best at conveying when you're supposed to use it. There needed to be a second one that was like obviously on a wall there. Now we get music for this area though, so that's cool.
Rendezvous up top and we'll talk next steps.
Whoa. I do like the idea of go into an area and then do something that recontextualizes the area as you backtrack back through it. I don't think that's necessarily bad. I've definitely seen it in other games. Dooms of Love was rightly pointing out last time how, like, all the upgrades in this have really boring. It's like Fire Shot, Volt Forge, Ice Belt, right? Psychic Bomb. Now, I have the How Long to Beat for this game set for 12 hours, but I was looking at these submissions, and I guess a lot of them are based on the in-game time, which is pretty wrong. Like, it tells me my in-game time is 4 hours and 10 minutes, but I'm actually like 5 hours and 50 minutes in, so probably will not finish today. I'll have to finish one more session. That's cool. Update this so it doesn't go over. Sorry for the grievers. Most recent recording can be accessed. Probably just a shortcut to get back here. Data cannot be read. So, let me remind myself how to do this. This is definitely awkward as fuck, though. I think they deliberately made it incredibly awkward so that you don't just do it for every morph ball objective, but that's also kind of a weird choice, right? Oh, good. Nice to get a secret. How's the audio balance, by the way? You hear me okay in the game audio fine? Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. So maybe I can do something different from here now. We got trapped in there until we turned the power back on. Smart. I wonder how much Retro did not want to make this game. Yeah, that too. Studio Ship of Theseus problem.
What the? Something triggered the alarm. I can't override security.
I didn't look up the Metacritic score before playing last week, but I checked today since we've already played it and I've kind of come out of it sad. I saw it got a 79, which that seems pretty right. It's interesting though because we keep playing these games where there's nothing that's like obviously buggy or bad about it. I guess the desert is obviously objectively bad enough that a reviewer would feel comfortable shitting on the game over just that, right? But I'd like, you know, critics to be able to do a better job of evaluating games like this based on the big picture, like how do all the pieces fit together? Is that good or fun? And I think that historically they've been pretty bad at that. That's a lot of pods. Deflect my missiles? What the fuck, man? Whoops. Okay, I can stun them with the initial shot and then kill them with the missile. Gotcha. Okay. Can't jump higher than that, I guess. That's annoying. Must hard require another power up later. Oh well, that's sad.
I'm picking up a lot of activity. What's happening down there?
I can hear that. I think it's interesting the way that every Metroid Prime game, it's not like the games are getting worse. They just become less and less interesting over time, right? And it just reveals that there's not that many ideas in Metroid Prime 1, that there's like narrative or level design space to really merit exploring. So I feel like a lot of the problems with this game are just continuing the tradition of problems in Metroid Prime 3 especially. It's nothing new. I think they needed to just cut the desert though. I suspect that they radically shuffled the game to make it so you don't start in the desert because they were ashamed of it, but couldn't bring themselves to cut it, or otherwise had implemented it to the point where it was difficult to extricate from the rest of the game structure, right? Oh, that's cool. I do like coming back into the room that previously had a bunch of frozen creatures in it, and now they're up and about. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, like I found a single, like, Breath of the Wild shrine, and I was like, oh, this would be kind of cool, I guess, if this was, you know, actually laid out like Breath of the Wild and there were 120 shrines or something stupid, but it doesn't do that. And then I thought, like, well, maybe that isn't actually as cool as it sounds, because if you want the game to still be a Metroidvania, then your experience in most of the shrines is going to be, oh, I don't have the power I don't have the power bomb, right? So I have to mark this shrine to return to it when I get the power bomb later, right? It just doesn't lend itself to this structure, and that's why Breath of the Wild was smart to give you all of the upgrades right away. As anti-Zelda as that feels. I think this game is essentially a 3D Zelda with guns. And a really, really bad Hyrule field that's like 10 times larger than it should be. Yeah, I think so. Like I said, the thing that's impressive about Prime 1 is that you're like, what, really? A studio from Texas is going to turn Metroid into a FPS? That's going to be a fucking disaster. And you play the game, and it's like, oh, this is pretty good. I like their scanning idea. That's like a cool new idea. It wasn't in the previous Metroid games. Kind of develops the, you know, lonely atmosphere. You're learning the story completely on your own. Right. I fear that might have been, that was the whole idea, and there's nowhere else to take it after that. It's like, yeah, we did Metroid in 3D pretty well once. Well, pack it up. Let's go back to 2D. We did it once to show we could. Yeah. I have a way to pull up the map here. It's the zoom button. Okay. Oh, there may have been, I feel like when I came here before, there was a thing that I couldn't get in this hallway specifically. Was this it? It might be. Yeah, I remember this now. Okay. There have been some occasional cool things in this game, I think. I really did like the motorcycle manufacturing factory. That was kind of cool.
Oh no, they're in the wall.
Shut up, dude. Yeah. For the most part, I think no. I don't think Prime 2 is like a bad game by any stretch, but there's additional 40 minutes of unused dialogue. Interesting. My theory I was arriving at toward the ends of the last episode is that the NPCs are an act of defiance. That they're like the equivalent of an Alan Smithy like include, right? That Retro didn't want to make this game, and that was their way to very quickly communicate, we didn't want to make this, we're sorry that it sucks. Like, it's so, the way that they actually are presented is so strange otherwise, right? It's like, you first meet Miles, and it's so over the top, it feels like it's a joke. It feels like someone is making fun of what people expect Metroid to be. And then you're like, okay, well, if we're going to do that, maybe that's going to be interesting. And then we like abandon it, and we don't hear from him basically ever again outside of like 6 or so dialogue lines in the motorcycle factory.
I got red dots on my radar.
I like this place better when it was a kind of moody, atmospheric list of things I had to scan for TK codes. I really feel discouraged from doing anything other than spamming the regular shot. It's like that will always kill stuff. And if I do a charge shot plus a missile, it'll kill it in almost the same amount of time. It might be like half a second faster, but it could miss, which then takes me way more time to kill them, right? There's a couple enemies where it's like, they dodge your regular shots, so you have to do a charge shot followed by a missile or whatever. So they're at least trying with those, but...
They're coming for me. Going off comms. Need you upstairs.
I wonder if I can just run in front of them and missile them twice. Maybe. But even like 3 missiles feels like it's too many shots. Missiles like frustratingly underpowered in this game. That's cute. Part of what sucks about this game is actually kind of difficult to articulate. It's that it doesn't really have ideas most of the time, right? Like, that's why I was praising that section where you're in the motorcycle factory and there's like a little, there's a machine that's like grabbing wheels and you have to realize, oh, my morph ball kind of looks like a wheel, so I bet that machine will grab me and move me, right? But it, like, for every time that happens, there's like 50 unremarkable set pieces. Like, every single little side-scrolling sequence where you're a morph ball, there's like nothing happens. There's never like a little twist, or did you know, could you see this coming? Look at this interesting interaction of 2 things you'd learned before. It just doesn't do that at all. It's weird. I don't actually have to defend this guy. I don't think I'm supposed to be down here. Currently offline.
Acquiring target. They got me cornered. Oh, I'm down.
Okay, I'll try to heal him. Tempted to let them kill me here, because scoping around. You're welcome. Bet you didn't know I could psychically heal you.
Target down. I think we're clear.
The game doesn't do enough of the level design thing where it's like, you know, introduce idea, give you a little twist on the idea, require you to do a mild, like, logical leap, right?
Feels like the heat is
And then
too
conclude.
might be what's drawing those strange creatures. You'll be able to use that elevator now. you access to the deepest level. I'll hang back and try to open the gate from up here.
The bosses have mostly been okay. The very first boss kind of sucked, and I didn't like the one that had like the armor, the ablative armor that you had to shoot off, like the ball that was surrounded with little panels you had to hit constantly. That one was kind of annoying and unfun. Electricity, right? But the plant boss was like, okay, we're, you know, developing the, use the Skyward Sword shot that you pilot slowly while time is stopped, right? That's kind of neat. A lot of the game feels, if you think of like level design, mechanics design, design space exploration is like, you know, if you were to reduce it down to 3 steps and say, okay, it's introduce an idea, twist the idea, and then do something surprising with the idea, right? Or require the player to, you know, put 2 and 2 together and understand what the surprise is, what you're actually asking them to do. This game only ever does 1. It never does 2 or 3. And that's not a very satisfying game, right? Like, imagine Braid, where it's just, you know, the first version of every puzzle and never like, okay, and now take it to this next level. I don't have electricity. Oh, interesting. Some of the secrets are okay, I think. Do you think they take too long to start having a significant number of secrets?
I tried to open that gate, but it won't respond. See anything?
Well, it's like a Mario 1 world where you're just like, you jump over the same Goomba and jump over the same pit and jump over the same Koopa, you know, 50 times or something. And it's like, okay, we gotta change it up a little bit, right? Like, I don't think there was anything interesting about any of those fights on my way running out of this facility, right? Okay.
That did the trick. Opening now. Happy hunting.
Going through all these areas that previously were completely free of enemies because they were all frozen, and now it's full of enemies. It, like, didn't really recontextualize the area enough. Andrea's calling me, one sec. I'm back. Sorry about that. Wife called me. U-shaped slope. I wonder what's going to happen in here. Yeah, I was just like, okay. Cool looking enemy. Covered in a hard shell named Keratos. More butt stomps. Does every boss in the game have a butt stomp attack? Yeah, I guess it's not too surprising, given that, like, it's like one of the few things you can do. Oh, I see. I'm supposed to go under him. Okay. Really? Seriously? You would show that I have a little path underneath him to get to him, and that's not what I'm supposed to do? Ouch. Kill some ice elementals. To do that 2 more times, I guess. I don't even know if shooting his armor does anything, or if I just have to wait for him to crush into the wall like that. Ow. I can see his butt when he turns around like that, but I can't get under him to use the bomb. See if it's faster than using fire like I did before, right? Fortunately, a lot of these boss fights are really similar to each other. Just like a speedrunners hate this boss kind of a boss, right? You just kind of have to... Maybe there's some kind of trick you can do to do damage faster, but... The blind playthrough experience is just kind of wait until he becomes vulnerable 4 times. It looks like I should be able to roll below him and use bombs for damage, or maybe there's a way to get behind him and shoot there to make it a little bit faster or something, but... It's not worth shooting those out of the air. Just ignore them. This guy is a boss, technically speaking. He meets all the definitions of a boss fight. He kind of reminds me of that first boss, right, where there's just not enough changing about his attacks to really justify there being 4 phases. But then the ablative armor enemy did, like, way more damage than this guy. I actually game overed against him. I should have scanned it, whatever. Psychic boost ball. Okay. What do they want me to do? Oh, I see. Another key. Boring ass Zelda key. Three of 5. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. They're green energy crystals? You better not be serious. Holy fuck. Okay, I guess we'll find out. shit is embarrassing.
You've done well, Samus. I'll meet you up now.
Pretty shameful, the desert. It's already shameful, but I guess they're just like, I wonder how long the game is if they just totally were able to cut the desert, right? Is it like a 7-hour game? Kind of tough to sell that for $70, you know. I always complain it. I think it's bad that game price gets encoded into the review scores in a way that it doesn't for like movie ticket price, right? Or really any other art medium. But it would be a really tough sell.
Looks like you got what you came for.
Cut the desert, cut the NPCs, make this game 6 hours long, sell it for $20. How long is Silk Song? Silk Song's $20, right?
So I'll be on my way soon. Now.
Metroid Dread was a good game. Metroid's not necessarily dead, but
This has always protected me. May Solon light your path. You go on ahead. There's a healing pod up here, and I'll be as good as new in no time.
and just for a game with what seems like significantly more ideas. A game like this not having ideas is like a kind of an awful thing to say about a video game, but I think that might be like the main sin. It just doesn't really have any ideas. Big or small. It's not like it took a big swing and missed. It's just it doesn't swing at all. Where do you want me to go, game? They announced free DLC. Man, Jeff Cayley must be pissed. Honestly, don't know where the game wants me to go from here. Just taking the elevator out. Door on the bottom that goes out. Let's try that. Seems right. Whoops. I have to go a certain way, okay. It doesn't deploy that at all. It doesn't. The desert's it's a non-entity. It's not even, it doesn't even really ask that question, right? So hypotheticals swing in a different game, but not this one. Like I don't even see the impression of what they were going for with the desert, right? Like I can't imagine any amount of additional baking other than it baking for like 10 years, right? If it's like we're gonna make this a huge generational like Breath of the Wild style project and reuse a bunch of assets and like barely squeeze this game out that has an appalling amount of content, maybe, but not. I think if they took an extra like 3 years just to try to put stuff in the desert, like that was their entire focus, it would still be unacceptable. Like, closely recreating a bunch of shit from Prime 1 to 3 in a more modern engine, yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It is interesting the way they try to funnel you to that stuff at the very beginning of the game via kind of arbitrary teleportation that's later replaced with the motorcycle. Yeah, like some of the music is very similar. Who knows what that original scrapped version of the game looked like. I am curious if Nintendo kind of pushed them to do the motorcycle, since that seems to be an edict from on high in all first-party Nintendo games lately. Yeah, no reason to reinvent the wheel with that. This desert is mortifying is the best word I could use to describe it. Like, just go do that. Your reaction is just like, oh no, wow. You guys didn't want to put that out, did you? But you had to. And you don't feel very proud of it. I have to get up there by other means, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Part.
Congratulations, you got another teleporter key. Only 2 keys left. Did you find everything nice, though? You might want to go back and check if there's anything you missed.
Yeah, this just makes me sad. I'm not mad. I'm not baffled. I don't frequently encounter something in a video game like this where it's just like you know that they were embarrassed of this. You know that they didn't want to put this out. Right. It doesn't have the intoxicating allure of a Final Fantasy 13. Oh, we fucking kicked ass with this. Look how fucking great this shit is, and it just sucks. So you can't like laugh at their hubris or something. This is not a hubris type situation. The crystals are laid out in a way that's like just annoying enough that you can't just like kind of drive around and hit them for fun. You kind of need to slow down to hit every element of them. Keep the enemies out just because they give me music while I'm in the desert. Yeah, like that. That maybe there's a more efficient pattern to approach pack of green crystals like that one, but that was not a fun time. I don't have this yet, right? I don't think so. I'll get one on the other side. That pointing toward it. It's like it. It's like they want you to do the like Akira slide in order to bust those more easily. I already tried moving over here. Let me double check though. But then they don't give you enough boost. They should just like let you spam that. Like it wouldn't cause any problems to let you do that at all, I don't think. Because it has to go through this thing? I hate to call this guy. What does he say here?
Have you tried everything that looks like it could be activated by boost ball? Some areas may have unexpected blind spots. For example, the loading crate room at Ice Belt.
That's why you said go back to Ice Belt. Okay. I think they should have let me leave without finishing there. Yeah. Right. Pretty horrible. I was worried earlier when he was like, "Did you do everything in Ice Belt?" I'm like, "You talked about missile tanks, buddy, or is there something else you want me to do in there?" Fuck, it was something else apparently. Some kind of crane room. used that yet. I think given the way this game is structured, leaving Ice Belt and then being told to go back to Ice Belt is like fucking ridiculously undesirable to the point where they should not have let me leave. It's kind of insane that they let me leave. Yeah. This isn't even... This is worse than normal backtracking because I was just here. And maybe they're expecting me to have gotten this on my way out or something, but like have the NPC guy point me to it, or like if it's really bottlenecking me before I leave, before I can do anything. It's supposed to be the crane room they're talking about. Link spinner. Must be removed. It seems to suggest that I can like grapple onto it or something. Can't lock onto it. See what they want me to do here. Maybe I have to do it from the window. I feel like a crazy person. No. There's like technically a half pipe in this room somewhere. How did he say it? This door I can't. Is this the one you're talking about? Scan says I have to open it from the other side, which would involve getting over here somewhere. I'm gonna Google it in a second. This is crane room. Yeah. Center sensor damage. The lock cannot be disabled from this side. Rear side sensor remains functional. The lock can be released from the other side. So you're thinking I have to like shoot around like this? There's been other doors that I can't get to from here. Okay, thank you. Guess I could have done that when I came here originally, and then I would have just been greeted with a spinner. I don't think they use that mechanism often enough. I think they pretty frequently present you with a door you legitimately cannot, like, open from one side or the other. Okay. Now I gotta walk all the way back to dipshit. Here it was like the thing they wanted me to get was on my way out of the level. They should have found some way to like make it so that the exit was blocked off until I got that. Because I think it's really icky to have like the only time you know to do it is when you get out to the desert and he tells you, did you get everything in the ice belt? It's like, well, maybe I missed a missile expansion or something. And you call him and he's like, oh, you should go back to the crane room. And I'm like, I was just there. Like, if that's the only thing I can do to progress, if there's literally nothing else I can do at this moment, don't let me leave that room. What are you doing? That room also has a an electricity door in it, which you can't do yet at this stage of the game, which was telling me, okay, I guess I'm gonna have to come back here with the electricity ability, and then I'll open that one-way door from the other side. Right? Just don't put the electricity door in that area. So I have to go all the way back to Numbnuts here. And I think I have to walk the whole way. I can check and see if that, like, memory temple thing at the beginning is fast travel to him. But I do have to drive down to his zone.
Did you find more Lamortech and Ice Belt? I might be able to help you. Bring it back to base camp. By the way, I saw the data you acquired. I can't believe the Grievers used to be Lamort.
I think it adds basically nothing to make you have to go back to him to upgrade your suit instead of just giving you the upgrade when you find the chip or whatever. It's definitely annoying the first time, and I guess it's like, okay, you know, now you have an opportunity to get some backtracking upgrades that are in the zone. But there's like nothing particularly interesting there. I think this goes to where I landed. That was one of the better parts of the game. You go from being surrounded by Marines all by yourself in this weird alien temple or whatever. And they drop it like almost immediately once you get out. Okay, well, at least now I know that that is in fact a shortcut to get back to him. It's electricity I don't have yet.
Welcome back, Samus. Come on, show me what you found in Ice Belt.
Ice chip, an ice belt.
Dude. Hello, friend. Okay. Analysis first. Oh, this is fascinating. It looks like this program inverts the energy emitted from the device. That means if I reprogram this and set it into your arm cannon, you should be able to use a new shot type.
just picturing literally any other Metroid where you like walk into the thing and it's like do 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 ice beam acquired, go. Like what the fuck? What do we needed that for? Get equipped with. It seems almost identical.
The target when hit. You can freeze living organisms to stop their movement. And you should be able to use it on high temperature objects like magma to freeze it for a short period of time by lowering its surface temperature. If you find anything else, bring it into me. I'm sure I can turn it into something useful.
100% useless dialogue. Okay. He's not even like having the goddamn common courtesy of being obviously annoying now. Now he's just dull. Like, at least be over the top annoying, right? I don't know how this game happened. Did Nintendo have some of the retro employees' family hostage or something? It is kind of continuing a trend now of cringe dialogue, unnecessary dialogue in modern Nintendo games. Tears of the Kingdom is when I first started to notice it. It's some of it's in Donkey Kong Bonanza, but most of it's optional. But it's still kind of like, why is this here? Like, this isn't adding anything. It's weird that it's there. There's like a little bit too much of it. That's where it makes me wonder, like, is this like an edict or something? That it's like, oh, modern gamers want, you know, voice acting, right? If focus groups tell us that this is what gamers want, it's like, that's so weird because that's not how Nintendo does shit. At least it's not how they've done shit for 40 years. So why all of a sudden would they start doing this, like, weird, cynical bullshit? I hated that in Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, it grated on me so bad. All right, we go to the fire zone now, right? It's down here. Yeah. Well, and it's like they do the thing in this game where they're showing that they know what they're doing, right? Because it opens and you're surrounded by all these Marines, and you're like, oh god, are they gonna fuck it up again? And then you immediately get teleported to this like kind of spooky, eerie, psychic alien temple where you're all by yourself. You're like, oh, okay, well they know what they're doing. Only to then immediately undermine it? Like, what? I keep saying this, but I hate that there's going to be a contingent of people on the internet who think that, you know, again, Retro slipped on a banana peel and accidentally made the game this way. It's like, well, it's not like they don't know, right? It's... It has to be on purpose, but, like, why? What? Is it revenge, right? Are they mad that they had to make the game and so it's like an act of self-sabotage? I don't think it's like meddling, because there's other games where you could say, okay, well, this is clearly the result of meddling, but... Yeah, exactly. How does it get made? And like, it's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in all these calls. I guarantee you, if someone's working for Retro after the company's been around for 20 years, like, they got excited about working for Retro because of Metroid, right? Probably opinionated about what's good about Metroid and what's bad about Metroid. Like, there's no one who's like, oh yeah, Metroid Prime 3 is my favorite game, and the reason I loved it is because of all of the quirky NPCs that you can talk to and all the extra dialogue that's there, right? It's like that. No. It's really, really hard for me to make sense of this. I can kind of understand it. Okay, here, the explanation that makes the most sense to me is this. Another team was working on Metroid Prime 4, and they showed their work in progress to Nintendo, and it was legitimately a disaster. Like, whatever they worked on was horrible, and Nintendo panicked, and they were like, scrap it. Like, we can't do this, right? And then they're like, okay, well, we need to play it safe because we've already spent so much money on this game, and we just threw it all in a hole by telling them to start over. Let's get the people who we know we can make a Metroid game, Retro. And so they bring Retro on, but then they, like, I guess it wouldn't be your traditional, like, publisher meddling, executive meddling, but I think they probably come in and they tell Retro, like, you have to include these things. You have to include some kind of open world element, because that's what we've been doing with Nintendo games for, like, the last decade. You have to include it. You have to make it work. And we believe that our audiences want more voice acting, they want more story in games, so we want you to include that. And so what's in here is, like, literally it's like a requirements document that Retro is working off of, right? Did you technically meet the requirement? I mean, yes, there is an open world. It's no good. It's dog shit. Yes, there are NPCs who talk. It's no good. It's dog shit. But you technically satisfy the requirements, and you can't, if you were to open a defect, you would reject it as working as designed, right? Like, oh, we put in what we just asked for. So I don't see the kind of traditional game meddling where, like, you know, some Nintendo executive literally has their finger in the pie constantly, and they're just constantly fucking with it and tweaking it. That literally they're just like, we will not pay you to make this game unless if it includes these 4 bullet points that we demand to be in it, right? And we're going to have some, you know, certification process where we'll check that you included our 4 bullet points technically. Dinosaur Planet had to have Fox in it, yeah. Which kind of compromises a lot about it. Yeah, Prime 2 has the one guy that talks to you a couple sentences every 5 hours. Last surviving 13 Lamorne. I worry that it could be like maybe Nintendo is becoming washed and it's kind of happening in slow motion. We're like seeing the first indications of, I refer to this Steve Jobs interview all the time, and I always have to open by saying, fuck Steve Jobs, that guy sucks. He wasn't a visionary, he was kind of an asshole, he treated people like shit, and he was a capitalist, and I don't like him. But this interview he had where he was talking about how companies that are originally idea and product-based eat themselves from the inside because the people who are able to get promoted are the marketing people, right? The business people, the people who can actually increase the sales. They end up in leadership positions rather than the people who understand the product. And so very slowly you have a company that was originally all about making amazing products and eventually is headed by people who don't understand what that is anymore. Like, the people who are deciding what needs to be in a Nintendo game are not people who built video games and so understand video games. It's not even like a Miyamoto type situation, right? They're business people first and foremost. And the thing that feels sad to me is that I feel like you can that like someone with the spark, for lack of a better word, someone with light behind their eyes at Nintendo should play this and be able to say, this is kind of bad. This is kind of uninspiring, right? They should get to the desert and go, oh my God, this is so sad. And I wonder if they don't have that vision anymore. They don't have anyone that works there that is in charge of, you know, getting the product to ship who can say, this is unacceptable, guys. Like, you can't, that can't be the game. I'm sorry. You know, but apparently they did have that vision when they rejected the previous iteration of the game and said this is unacceptable, and then that's rare to do it. So if they lost the vision, it has been in the last like few years. What's that one game you want to play every 3 years the last decade? Yeah, the worst person you know just made a great point about Steve Jobs, exactly. I kind of hate this solution. So, like, this solution, it's like, okay, we've got an ice area and we've got a fire area. And we want you to use the fire power to progress to the ice area, and we want you to use the ice power to progress to the fire area. Having you just kind of, like, briefly visit the fire area and then kick you out until you come back with the ice power is, like, the lamest way to do that. Like, I feel like the cool thing to do would be, like, no, you actually get the fire weapon in the ice area, and you get the ice weapon in the fire area, right? It's like slightly more creative. It's like one more little jump. It could be. It's really interesting because I feel like every disaster in video games is like such a unique story. Like sometimes you can tie common threads together. You can say, okay, both of these games are a disaster because of developer hubris. Like, the devs thought that they were God's gift to humanity and they could do no wrong, and then they made Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, right? And had as many polygons on a barrel as they had on a character. And isn't that, like, shocking? And so I think you can see that as definitely a through line across a lot of the, like, late Square Enix Final Fantasy games, that it's like they're bad because they think that they're perfect and they think that they can't make a bad game, and then they start making bad games out of just pure hubris. And, like, this doesn't feel like Nintendo hubris by any stretch. That isn't the key word I would use to describe what feels bad about this. Don't think we want to go back this way. But it could be stagnation, like you're saying, Rorok, that it's just that, you know, there's people like Miyamoto who have a lot of clout and power, and they're not bad. They're good designers. They know what they're doing. They know what they're talking about. But they have the billionaire yes man problem, where it's just they have so much clout and so much power that they can suggest something, and it's impossible to meaningfully push back against it anymore, right? Can't say no to Miyamoto-san. The George Lucas problem, right? George Lucas is given the prequels. He no longer really has anyone there that can say no to him. And it doesn't make George Lucas a bad person or an idiot or a bad creative or like retroactively invalidate his creative work prior to the Star Wars prequels, but it does show that like systemically the reason these movies are bad is because you gave it all to one guy and you let him do whatever he wanted and you didn't nobody pushed back, right? It's kind of almost the opposite of the Space Jam 2 infinite executive meddling problem where like there's no creative vision, there is no auteur. I don't know. I think that they legitimately believe in the open world directive, and I think that it coincidentally keeps paying dividends for them. Like I think they keep making a game with this kind of core concept, and the game ends up doing really well, and everybody loves it, and it's really well laid out, right? It's sort of what I was talking about with Alan Wake, where Remedy makes Max Payne as kind of their first game, and they have this like design fantasy that's, let's do this like noir style detective game, and let's use this like bullet hell mechanic for, or not bullet hell, bullet time mechanic to dodge and slow down time when you're getting shot. And like their idea just exists in nature so strongly, it just kind of works for them that they're like, oh, well, any cool idea we come up with is just going to exist in nature and is going to work for us, right? I don't think there's anything else for me to do in this room, honestly. I can check, though. And then they make Alan Wake, and they have this idea. It's like, okay, well, Alan Wake, let's do the opposite of Max Payne. Let's, you know, instead of it being these tight office corridors and gunplay, let's do this, like, big open-world survival horror thing, right? And then the concept just, it doesn't work, not because they're bad designers. It just wasn't a good concept, and they didn't have any way to know it wasn't going to be a good concept, and that they tried to make it. And they didn't know to abandon it early. They, you know, had already invested so much time and resources into trying to make it work. It was too late. I think this is the one that's like got a weird scan description. Requires a diffused oscillation blast wave of cyclic energy. Okay, whatever the fuck you say, game. The Wii U had a problem where they focus entirely on putting out a high-powered system. We're premium, we can charge premium prices. They're forced to reconcile amid the Switch. Yeah. I could definitely get behind those sorts of critiques of Nintendo. Like, the fact that they never let things go on sale is fucked up, right? The fact that they took fucking 15 years to learn how to do online instead of learning from other developers is stubborn and annoying. Yeah, Wii U is like a generationally bad name. Call it the Super Wii or something. It sucks though. I hate to see a fave become washed. Like I was playing Super Mario Brothers when I was like 3 years old. I've like grown up into almost my 40s now, playing basically every Nintendo game that's ever come out, and I wouldn't call myself like an unreserved fanboy. I've criticized them plenty during that period. I don't think that they can do no wrong. They've certainly done plenty of wrong in that period, but I've always been able to come back to them as like, okay, at least, you know, they aren't interested in just doing the same thing over and over. Borderline to a fault. Like, Nintendo has historically been the company that's like, even though maybe you guys should just make another Zelda, just make another regular 2D Zelda that doesn't need to have any amazing new ideas. They're like, no, we feel like we're out of design space. We innovate or die, right? And to see that like that feature of them might be going away is like saddening to me. It bums me out. Not work the way I expect it to. Upgrade required to traverse lava. Okay. Yeah, Japan in general does online stuff badly. Websites have opening hours and shut down at night. Yeah. Yeah, FromSoft is famously pretty bad about it. It's actually kind of incredible the amount of stuff they've done to make Night Rain as tolerable as it is, but Night Rain is still kind of annoying. Night Rain is an interesting comparison. Night Rain is explicitly Miyazaki saying, it is a problem that I have so much power, right? It is a problem that I've been running this studio for all this time and directing all these games, and it's been like 15 years, and we have all these junior devs, and they have no ability to come in here and take any risks. Like, they have all these ideas, but if they're working on Dark Souls 3 or, you know, Sekiro or Elden Ring, it's like they need to listen to me because I know that if I make the game that it's going to sell well and it'll be good. So how the fuck are they ever supposed to learn if they're just going to have to listen to me forever? So, like, the entire purpose of Night Rain is, like, let's do a project that gives junior developers an opportunity to fail, maybe. Wait. High-powered explosives, which is going to be super missiles? I honestly don't know what they want me to do in here. I feel like they want me to be in Flare Pool right now, right? Does dipshit say anything to me? Okay, let me go outside and see what he says. Devices purpose-built to play games are premium at this point. Yeah. What else is out here before I leave this room? So it could be that. It could be that Miyazaki is, like, uncharacteristically wise in the AAA games industry, and he's realizing that there's this huge problem that their company is going to collapse if they don't let young people try something, and it'd be okay if it doesn't work, right? And that, like, Nintendo needs to have been doing that for the last at least, like, 5 to 10 years, if not 10 to 15 years. Let me look this up really quick. Make sure that I'm not going to leave and have to turn right around and come right back. Ice chip, ice shot. Okay, clear pool. Turn to miles. Ice shot. I want to do shrines. What do you want me to do in the actual zone area here? Sorry, I'm in this horrible paginated IGN walkthrough trying to figure out where it wants me to go here. Okay, I actually need to go to Voltforge now? That's really weird. I don't know what would draw me there instead of here. Yeah. I had an uncle who would always get me a game console for Christmas and save up for it, and that's otherwise it wouldn't have been possible. I think my parents ended up doing the math later on that even though we were poor, that getting me a console every 4 years and then renting a game from Blockbuster once a week was substantially cheaper than pretty much anything else, because I wouldn't like ask to do anything else other than that. Everyone didn't instantly have something else that can play games. Yeah, true. I'm wondering if I'm gonna pop outside here and if I call Numbnuts, if he's gonna tell me I'm supposed to go to Voltforge. These last two sequences are really strange in terms of like the game structure.
If you could upgrade the suit, additional functions of the Viola would be unlocked. Then you'd be able to explore new areas. Want to look in Voltforge for any clues of a suit upgrade?
Fucking weird, man. That's really strange. Because, like, previously I got the fire chip, and I'm like, okay, well, the fire chip they probably want me to take to the ice area, so I'm just going to stroll on over to the ice area after I upgrade it. This feels like something's missing here to me. That, like, there was, like, supposed to be another dungeon, and we were supposed to get the ice chip in the other dungeon, and they, like, had to cut it and put it at the end, like, on your way out of the previous zone, and then kind of, like, awkwardly have Mackenzie tell you to do it. That's so fucking weird, man. It's so out of step with the way the rest of the game is structured up to this point. I feel like this is like a Triforce Pieces in Wind Waker type situation. There was some other dungeon or thing I was supposed to do here, and they had to move one of the upgrades to the previous area as I was on my way out, and the other upgrade to an area I already visited. Yeah, our family didn't have a PC. I didn't do PC gaming at all until I was already an adult. Yeah. Trying to think when did I, because I would have to go to a friend's house to go on the internet and print out Final Fantasy VI walkthroughs, so we definitely didn't have a PC in the Super Nintendo era. Probably not until like the PS2 maybe. Took 15 minutes to load a new chunk. Alternate reality, spiky. I did not play WoW at launch, no. I started playing it during Wrath of the Lich King. I was in high school in 2005, or I graduated high school in 2005, so. I played a decent number of online games. Like I had EverQuest Online Adventures on the PS2. I had Final Fantasy XI on the PS2. We didn't have a gaming PC. I was able to play some like really shitty online games on a not prepared for gaming computer, like the Nexus TK Nexon game that I think I've talked about before. It's very late 90s. Yeah, I picked up Wrath of the Lich King, did everything there was to do in the game, went from being in a member of a raiding guild to the guild leader for like 4 weeks of Old War, and then I quit cold turkey and never played it again. I had really bad addiction problems with Final Fantasy XI. Addiction in the sense of like, this is preventing me from doing other things that I want to do in my life. I'd like call off work to play it. Yeah, I built a gaming PC. I started to buy gaming PCs. Like I would buy like a gaming laptop once I had a job in like 2006 or so. Okay, still can't fit up there. Did I just go in a complete circle? I think I did. Okay, we want to be in Tower 3, so we gotta go the other way. I don't know if I'm allowed to go out this way. Let's see if it lets me. Yeah. I didn't even know RuneScape exists. Like, I encountered a lot of online games in school, like in computer lab or whatever, but... I guess I'm slightly too old to have access to something like RuneScape in computer lab. My computer lab was like Apple II. Played a lot of can use my words. Played a lot of Oregon Trail. Eventually we had like stuff like Math Blaster. I think this is where I need to be. Use the spinner by the window to... Fucking seriously? This is so lame. This sucks. Just come here and use the spinner in order to progress to the next zone? Counter-Strike class in high school. My latest memory of playing a video game in school would have been Space Cadet Pinball when I was bored in typing class. Maybe one of those like flash game aggregator sites. Like I vaguely remember playing this like flash game that was like a helicopter that was flying. It was like an operation thing where you couldn't let it touch the walls. That shit sucks, man. This part that just happened sucks. That sucks. That's so dumb. I hate it. It's literally like, okay, we gave you the upgrade to go to the fire zone, but real quick, stop at Volt Forge and interact with one spinner node so that you can go to the fire area. Like, there's a missing zone. That's the only way I can describe this. It's baffling. Now, we'll see what happens when the AI bubble pops, but society is going to collapse because we've bet everything on it, so... Alright. Because capitalists are brain geniuses. PC got basically 0 Japanese games until Dark Souls did it, yeah. And my entire first half of my life was almost entirely console games. It wasn't really until an adult that I got to play PC games at all. Just didn't have access to it. Oh, I didn't see this on my way in. Fucking seriously? Okay, it's kind of cute. For a missile tank? I don't know. That's a neat little secret. That's a pretty good one, actually. Well, the problem is the main way that capitalism expands is that it conquers new territories and forces them to be capitalists, right? So it increases the number of workers and consumers that way. But once it runs out of literal places to expand into, ignore this enemy. Unless if they, like, require me to fight it first before I'm allowed to leave. Okay. It's kind of lame, but okay. Once it runs out of physical places to expand into, it needs to find some frontier of expansion. And the thing they're doing right now is they found out that there is a price point, there is a dollar value you can place on people's trust that big tech can do great things. Like, all of us have the last 30 years of our lives as direct personal evidence that they can change our lives and do crazy stuff, right? But they're out of low-hanging fruit, they're out of ideas. Unfortunately, it turns out they can make money from our trust that they can do things. It's a resource they can tap into. They'll eventually exhaust it. Like they run out of territory. But that's what they're making money on. They're literally mining their own credibility. And you would think or hope that, like, you know, Bitcoin and NFTs and stuff would be enough of a credibility drain that we would give up on them, but apparently not. This sucks, man. We fought this little mini boss before, and he's kind of interesting, I guess. I don't necessarily hate him as an enemy, but it's so, like, arbitrary to have you come back here, and then when you're trying to leave, have to fight this thing to continue on to the next zone to kind of justify coming here in the first place. It's cringe. And literally, like, lock the doors so you can't leave until you kill him. I can't prove it, but I am almost positive that after Ice Belt, there was supposed to be one more zone, at least, that you were going to go to here. And that zone was going to contain, among other things, the Ice Chip and the Viola suit upgrade. And maybe even you were going to get the suit upgrade and, like, use it in that zone for something immediately. A few years before Prime 4 went into production, the lead producer said one of his ideas for the game was to focus on a single planet with a time-shifting mechanic. Remnants, yeah, the desert would be interesting if there was, like, if this was, like, the, you know, dead version of it, and there was, like, a time-shifted version that was different. We've seen games do that a million times. Not like it's the most groundbreaking idea, but it would be an idea in a game that seems to lack them. Right. I wonder if, like, so you've got the factory that's dead versus the factory that's turned on, right? You've got the cryogenic facility that's everything's frozen and there are no enemies and you're just kind of exploring with no danger, and then the version that's, like, turned on, you turn on the generator. I wonder if that was a time mechanic at some point where you were visiting, like, a ruined version of the facility versus the past version of it or something, and they had to cut it and just said, oh, you turn on the generator or whatever, right? I would be very interested if anyone else watches Metroid Prime 4 streamers for some reason because you hate yourself. Let me know if people also get kind of confused and stumble on this particular section. Or if they naturally just pop out of Ice Belt without grabbing the boost ball upgrade that gives you the ice chip. And then once they get the ice chip, go straight to Flare Pool and realize, actually, no, they're supposed to go to the fucking Bolt Forge. So weird. That could work, I guess, if they like built the expectation that you're constantly upgrading the motorcycle, and that the way you upgrade the motorcycle is by returning to Volt Forge. When you get new abilities, they like okay, you got to come here, and this is going to upgrade the bike to do this, but you got to have the fire upgrade first. But you don't go there after getting the fire chip, right? You go straight to the ice zone. It's very odd. Well, they do this speed limit thing. Was like you don't need the bike here, and then you need the bike to open the store. I would hope that this game causes Nintendo to have a kind of come to Jesus moment, but one of the things I will say that's negative about Nintendo that's been true the entire time I've been playing Nintendo games is that they're like immune to feedback. They're like wholly insulated from feedback. In a way that's not uncommon for a lot of Japanese developers, but it's like extremely true about Nintendo. I joke that whoever is the lead director for Dragon Quest is a weird guy who is a hermit who lives on a mountaintop, who's never played a video game in his life and never like interacted with a person before, and like Square and Enix go and seek his counsel whenever they make a new game. And I still maintain that that's true even up through Dragon Quest XI. Nintendo's not quite that bad, but they do kind of have that feeling of like you guys don't seem to react when your games are bad unless if you yourselves realize it. Okay. I'm struggling with Metroid isn't new, I would agree. Metroid's never been popular in Japan. He's a hermit. It can be interesting, like, a critique I have of a lot of Western developers is that they're too honed into what the audience is saying. There's just like a shortcut to get back over there. That's kind of cool. Kind of like that. And it puts me back. Maybe? Question mark? It's interesting because Metroid Dread 100% feels like a reaction to the fucking hell disaster. One of the worst things I've ever played. Other M, right? It's like, okay, let's not do that, for the love of God. And then Dread is good, but Dread's not Nintendo, right? Dread is like a... What else have the Dread devs made? Nintendo keeps farming this IP out. Yeah. Metroid Prime Hunters or whatever the fuck. Right. Samus Returns was pretty good. It was okay. I think I like the another Metroid 2 remake, the fan one, better, but... I was like, yeah, it's a Metroid game. It's not like... unsalvageably terrible or anything. Highly flammable. Okay. Oh Oh, do they make some Castlevania games? Which ones did they make? I like most Castlevania games. I'm sad that Konami sucks ass, because I think that Igarashi and team probably had still a dozen more Castlevania ideas they could have made. Oh, Lords of Shadow. Not as good. But then Dread was good. And who made Super Metroid? Is Super Metroid the same director as the original Metroid for the NES? Super Metroid is unfortunately the dragon they've been chasing the entire time. I think some indie devs have made progress at recreating its magic a little bit. It's certainly not a perfect game, but I worry that it has like a Morrowind problem where obvious steps to improve upon Super Metroid accidentally make it less Metroid-y automatically. So it's like you make these changes and you're like, they're all well-intentioned and they all make sense in isolation, but each of them reduces the game essence, unfortunately. I remember reading when Metroid Fusion came out. I remember reading a news post from Tycho from Penny Arcade. This is like fucking 25 years ago or something, where he was saying that Metroid Fusion feels like it's, you know, it was put in a time capsule right after Super Metroid to be released later on the Game Boy Advance. And I think that that's mostly true, but there's still structural stuff in Fusion that's like significantly more linear, right? Less confusing in kind of a bad way, a way that's hard to identify was bad at the time. The guy who did Metroid and Super Metroid also did Wario, WarioWare, Rhythm Heaven, Donkey Kong, and Kid Icarus. Okay. He must have been like barely involved in Other M, right? Other M is primarily a Team Ninja affair, which is why it's a fucking disaster. Or is that the one where they like brought on Team Ninja to do all the action set pieces and cutscenes and stuff, and he was in charge of the awful story? I forget what the actual explanation was there. Director and story, another M, I see. Producer. So we're gonna get a scanner here at some point, maybe. Okay, Dread was actually good. I don't remember really having anything super negative to say about Dread. It's not Super Metroid, but it's like, it was promising. It was coming back to the roots, right? It's gonna have some annoying bullshit. I can't tell if I'm hurting this guy, to be honest. I guess I was. Yeah. Like, what does it actually mean to be a producer in that case? Sometimes producer means that you're, like, responsible for everything, right? There's a lot of TV shows where the producers like are the show. And sometimes it's like a obligatory credit because they got consulted one time, right? Yeah, there are like 20 different indie devs who get Metroid, even if Nintendo can't. I bring up though, like I'm fine with them not being able to figure it out, but this feels like the first time where a Nintendo mandated open world plus renewed story focus is like kind of falling on its face. That's where I say I hope it causes them to have a come to Jesus moment, but you're probably right given their history with Metroid being kind of rocky. There's like, oh, it's a Metroid game. We don't really know why people like these, right? But I would generally hope that they would see like this game's desert and be like, okay, the open world is not automatically a good thing, right? Yeah. It might just be because they found out that they can reliably farm it out to other developers. I thought Capcom did a pretty good job when they were briefly stewards of Zelda, or at least the handheld Zeldas. I kind of long for a return to that era where we had handheld consoles that were like one or two generations behind the current home console. And so you could keep painting even while sculpting was happening for a short while. But now that those are unified, it seems like even Nintendo is not particularly interested in that. That bums me out. Whoops. Maybe one where I have to turn off the power. Oh, another human. Great. Is it another fucking boring marine? Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. At least give me some cool aliens or something, right? Three marines feels like a joke. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do here, game? Parents skeptical that they're actually two different games and not Pokemon Red and Blue.
Identify yourself.
You're Samus.
I almost cannot conceive of a less interesting character than a Metroid Universe Space Marine. They have like a negative interest for me.
I've been trying to figure out a way out of this room. My problem is that boiler is putting off enough heat to turn me into casserole. I got a hunch these consoles are connected to it, but the encryption on them is beyond anything I've seen. Something tells me that's not an issue for you. Maybe we can turn the boiler off. Appreciate the assist. I'm Sergeant Ezra Duke, by the way.
Hi, Ezra Duke.
Pleasure to meet you, Samus.
This is another one of those things where this feels like this is self-sabotage. This feels like Nintendo said, there has to be story, there has to be dialogue. I'm sorry, that's what we're doing now. We did it in Tears of the Kingdom.
Something happened.
You have to do it. And they're like, all right, well, let's do it in a way that conveys that we obviously knew this was a bad idea. Instead of, like, making their best of a bad situation and, like, trying to make some memorable alien characters or something, right? It's like the characters' faces are somewhat impressive, I guess, compared to what I'm used to with Nintendo. Known for his ferocious strength, right? You fucking serious? Did so much damage. I mean, it's fine that it did so much damage. Let's see where this puts me. Fish and mailed. Wait, seriously? The save station? Wow. You didn't put a checkpoint right before that section? Alright. That was surprisingly brutal compared to what the game is. I was like, up to this point, I'm like, I'm just stand in the fire here and shoot the thing 4 times and be done with it. Yeah. There being another bland Space Marine, it has to be sabotage. I cannot understand that as an earnest slipped on a banana peel type mistake, right? Like, there's no way with the history that this series has. Maybe that's copium, but there's an extent to which I think it's inappropriate and infantilizing to imagine that they can just make that kind of a trivial error this far into the history of this series, right?
Identify yourself.
And I have to have the cutscene again? I don't have any skip functionality, do I?
You're Samus. There were dozens of higher priority targets.
No, the
back
Tears of
at
the Kingdom
base.
stuff is
Doubt that command
worse
was
because it's got
posted
voice
best to
acting
to
and
rescue duty.
nah, it won't let me skip.
You're stranded.
Holding start, holding A, mashing every button on the
I've
controller.
been trying to figure out a way out of this room. My problem is that boiler is putting off enough heat to turn me into casserole. I got a hunch these consoles are connected to it, but the encryption on them is beyond anything I've seen. Something tells me that's not an issue for you. Maybe we can turn the boiler off. I'd appreciate the assist. I'm Sergeant Ezra Duke, by the way. Pleasure to meet you, Samus. Something happened. Just get in there and shut off the heat.
not an interesting enough like thing for it to do that much damage, I think.
Huh. Thank you. Temperature dropping.
And not have like a scripted checkpoint right outside.
Where are we headed? I'll follow you.
We got the familiar instruments, the familiar percussion, and the lava zone, but it feels like it's like we're just going through the motions at this point. You have to have that in a Metroid game.
Now it's my turn. Is that
Hello? Come in.
Armstrong?
Another Marine,
Armstrong,
Jesus.
you can read me.
Sarge, finally. I was starting to think I'd never break through the interference.
Well, I can read you loud and clear now, Private. Hopefully the signal will hold. Are you all right? Where are you?
I'm stuck. Not sure where, but there's a hologram in here with me. Looks like a cannon? I'm in a compartment on its south side.
Are you safe?
I should be. For now.
Hold tight. We'll find you.
Over and out.
That doesn't sound good. We need to find Armstrong.
Data received.
I think this is the way. What's this, a door?
What's this, a door?
Together. Take one side, I'll take the other. There we go. We've got hostiles. Strange. This box is offline. See, my eyes is fogged up. Let's get it.
Just in case you clip through one.
3. Why are all these bots offline? Were they doing something with this containment system? So they're pulling green energy out of the lava. I think this is the way. Great. We're locked in.
This level sucks. It's not even really a lava level, right? They're like, oh, you could drive the fucking motorcycle over lava, but we're gonna do it like once. Maybe there'd be like this big like lava area. That tracks too. If they had more plans for the open world, and there would be big sections of the open world that were like covered in lava, and you needed to upgrade the motorcycle to be able to explore those regions, right? Instead of it just being a desert with green crystals everywhere. And that thing take. All right. Operating at full capacity. Okay. Well, they obviously want me to shoot something out of that window, I guess. This has been what the glass was supposed to be telling me earlier. So that's a rule I can try to remember. When you bust a window open, they probably want you to send a shot somewhere, I guess.
Nice work, Samus. You did it. Now let's go find.
Yeah, exactly. But then you have to go to this zone early to get the fire chip, and then they kick you out and kind of unceremoniously put a lava waterfall behind you on the way out. Be like, oh, you have to come back here with the ice beam, right? The structure is baffling. They say that the original version of the game was completely scrapped and they'd started over all the way, but if you told me there was some stuff left over from the original developer and they had to like make do with those assets, that wouldn't surprise me, actually. It would explain why shit's so fucking weird. Can't open that yet. Doesn't have any ideas, and the level design is really uninspired.
What do we have here?
Every like 100 actions they have you do, there's like 2 or 3 interesting ones.
Buck was headed. Looks like we're going up. What are they doing loading this green energy? I don't think this is the way. know those bots in some kind of art.
New day for the Lemorne.
Hillary show. Hold the lift.
Okay, get on the lift. Thank you.
I've commanded.
Premonition.
Samus, what's
This
wrong?
game was announced in 2017, which was about 25 years ago.
They're waking up. Come on, let's take them down.
All right, man. You can shut up. You don't need to talk. It's okay.
I'm down, Samus. I feel better. Time to work. Let's keep going up.
The like inability to understand that everyone needs to shut the fuck up is I don't know. It's fucking crazy to me. Like, there's not a lot you could say about Metroid that makes it Metroid and not, you know, any other kind of sci-fi space shooter. Generic Space Marines with guns certainly ain't it. Like, it would be like if From Software put out Dark Souls 1 and then just like kept fucking up the tone for 30 years after that. It's like Bloodborne and Sekiro feel like pretty different worlds, but they both kind of feel like they have the same approach to storytelling and the same kind of tone, right? Borderlands Souls, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Let's get this over with.
To me, it's like making it so that Mario doesn't jump or something. Like maybe you could do that, do your Mario deconstruction where he no longer jumps, but it's like that's what the fuck is Metroid if we've got people talking? What is it then? I think that what is it? Fusion's the first one that has the Atom computer talking to you, right? That's relatively subdued, and then the little alien that talks to you every couple hours in Metroid Prime 2 is relatively subdued. I feel like that needs to be like the upper limit of what we do.
Watch those shoots.
Dude, this is substantially more enemies than would ever be interesting.
Samus.
he meaningfully hitting them? I guess he is. Trying to freeze them to get him to do some damage here. These enemies are just not interesting enough for there to be like 6 of them right now. He feels like he's barely participating in the fight. Okay, that was a waste of time.
I think this is the way. Everything in this facility.
They got me with green energy crystal earlier, where it's like, okay, it's energy and the crystal is green, but now I'm hearing green energy like, you know, wind and solar. Yeah, it's like completely pointless. That's why I say I think it's self-sabotage. I am increasingly thinking that that's cope, but I feel like this is designed in a lab to be annoying to a Metroid fan, right? Like, I almost don't know if you wanted to be more annoying. I don't know what you would do differently. Really strong and fights a lot.
Got it. Time to work. Put 'em on ice.
It's Retro saying, please don't make us do this ever again, right? I compared it to Lana Wachowski in The Matrix 4. Oh shit, I actually hit really hard. Okay. If I die here and go back to the save point, I think I'll cry. I'm gonna try really hard not to. Fuck. Oh god!
Watch out.
Okay, it didn't kill me. I thought there was an invisible wall when I tried to jump last time. Shit, man.
Piece of cake. Red velvet cake.
Red velvet cake.
I'm on it.
Fucking hell. Do you really put a random turret in that room? Please be checkpoint. Load checkpoint, okay. No, why they didn't give me a checkpoint earlier in the fire tunnel section?
Time to work.
Oh, Christ. Okay, hold on.
Fire in the hole.
I do not feel any camaraderie with this guy. I don't feel like we're teaming up, that like it's worth there being all these extra enemies because I'm getting his assistance. It's just like utterly pointless. You can do a scene like this where it's like, oh, you're paired up with another character and they're like really high on firepower, so you know, you freeze them, and after you freeze them, then he'll shoot them and kill them and do a bunch of damage. But like that's not how this is laid out at all. He sucks. He doesn't do anything. But they're like structuring the number of enemies as though he's really contributing in some way.
Should be able to knock those energy spheres out of the air.
I'm gonna die again. Guy took proximity contact damage to his shield or something.
Time to work. Put 'em on ice.
Let me stop shooting missiles and just spam my beam here. Actually, I don't know if that works. Scan the shields? Oh, okay. You have to scan it to know that you can do that. God, stop scanning.
Piece of cake. Red velvet cake. I'm on it.
Like this turret being here is a borderline joke too.
Watch that turret.
This zone is like a giant, endless combat area. Metroid, the game that's well known for its outstanding shooter combat. He needs to be like incredible. He needs to like, as soon as I freeze an enemy, he needs to go up and hit him with a shotgun and one-shot them or something. But his impact is like barely noticeable, it feels like. Okay, you can regular blaster them, apparently.
Are these escape pods? Wonder if they're still.
Alright, so are you gonna escape out of here and I'm gonna have to leave via morph ball or something? You can kind of see what their concepts are, right? Where it's like, okay, the ice facility is like almost no combat. It's entirely, you know, scanning. And then the fire facility is all combat. But it's like, you guys don't have a good enough combat system for this to justify that, right? You're going to notice really fast that it sucks when there's too much of it. And there's no puzzles or
Armstrong's on the south
upgrades
side
or
of the
anything.
canyon. She must be in that room there. Where are you headed? order to get there, we'll have to open the access gate and go in. To open the access gate, looks like we'll have to switch the facility into maintenance mode. Can you switch it to maintenance mode from here? It isn't working. Looks like we'll have to do it manually. Let's disable the clamp by going there directly. If we can disable both clamps, the facility should go into maintenance mode. And the access gate will open. The device we need is right next to Armstrong. Two birds, one stone. How do we get there? Tram. Nice work. That's where we need
I think aside from Mackenzie telling you that you need to go to a specific zone because there's no other way you would know that, there is no reason for any of this
Copy that,
game's
Sarge.
dialogue.
I'll be ready.
It doesn't add anything. If you deleted it, the game would be strictly better. It wouldn't be much better, though. Like, I feel like I would worry that that's going to become the take with this game. Oh, they added a bunch of stupid NPCs and a particularly annoying, like, nerdy NPC who won't shut up. And it's like, that doesn't even begin to get at the problems with this. Like, yeah, it's dumb and it shouldn't be there, but... Even if you just take that and the desert, that still doesn't begin to cover it. The game's best part, the dungeons, are still not good. But like I said last episode, they're not good in a very uninteresting way. They're not like a disaster. They're not like completely terrible. They're serviceable. They're fine, I guess. But that's worse. I'd rather it be a shit show than just, like, completely mid. I've already forgotten everything about this game except for the one specific clever part of the motorcycle factory, where you have to use the motorcycle machinery to go back up. Kid? I'm like 60 years old.
Ready when you are. That doesn't sound good. Samus, what's going on? What kind of chemical is that? They're dispersing it into the atmosphere?
Be much better if he just didn't fucking say anything. I think the first time that happened, it just happened. Maybe Mackenzie called me afterward. But like the chemical rained down and a bunch of enemies were mutated, and you're like, oh, okay, I get it. It's like mutating acid rain or something. We need to make Samus have Zone of Silence in the way that Mario jumps, right?
Sarge!
Armstrong, you all right?
I'm good. You?
Yeah, exactly.
While I was waiting, I was studying this hologram. I just... Wow. Samus? it's really you. I don't even know what to say. Is this a new suit? It's amazing. I love it. I love it so
Private.
much. Yes, sir. Right. Sorry, sir. Private First Class Nora Armstrong. It's an honor to meet you, Samus.
This is the first interesting character that she's like a Samus fangirl. It's something, right? It's something.
Seen anything that'll do the trick?
I'd rather it not be here, but if it's going to be something, at least it's better than Soldier Man and Engineer Man
Is an
and other more different Soldier Man with a sniper rifle.
So we just need to get it spinning and build up a charge.
Nice work, Armstrong.
Thank you, sir. This is where you come in, Samus. But, you know, I am here if you need anything.
Yes, Samus can handle it.
Yes, sir.
I need you with me, Patroller.
Yes, sir.
You guys want to leave?
Who knows what'll happen when the clamp disengages?
I wonder if it's something as like specific and stupid as Nintendo's mandate was you guys have to have good like human face graphics in this game. You have to have the faces look pretty good and be animated pretty well. And you have to have that or we won't fund your game or whatever, right? Like okay. I can't make sense of it otherwise. It's so stupid. And like they all have to drop their helmets to show it temporarily, right?
Armstrong, these bots attack you.
No. They were like that when I got here.
Okay. That makes me feel a little better.
Nice. Lasso. Sarge, look. She's doing morph ball.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I wish my suit could do that.
I can kind of almost see a brief impression of what they're going for now that I've met her.
Working for hours.
Because, like, if what we're trying to do is, like, show here's how Samus is, like, a crazy superhero that is legendary in this universe, right?
What's our mission, Sarge?
But I feel like the guy on the ice planet needs to be some variant of that.
Excellent.
They don't all necessarily need to be fangirling out or fanboying out all the time, but... Like, if the point is supposed to be, like, okay, yeah, everyone's, like, really freaked out and excited by Samus, but for her, this is just Tuesday. That's funny, I guess. At least it's something. Probably still shouldn't be in the game. Everyone should probably still shut the fuck up. She should have a zone of silence placed on her, you know? What do we have in here?
Sarge, let me help her with the next one. This is our ride? No way.
I need to analyze the last like hour of gameplay. This dungeon is one of the worst dungeons in any Zelda or Metroid game, and it's bad in a way that is so boring. it's not like confusing to navigate. It's not like buggy.
So, Samus, what brought you?
It's
to
literally
this
walk into a room
anyway?
and press a button.
Some super secret mission. Whoa.
Like she's like to communicate via charades like Mario RPG.
Kind of keys? Is this how we get home? Oh, we'd love to help you find them.
We. Private.
Sarge? see that, Sarge. Ready?
I think I would overwhelmingly prefer that they try something and have it not work than try nothing. And a lot of these NPCs have been nothing instead of something that doesn't work. I think she's like the nerdy guy Mackenzie is. She's something that doesn't work. But at least she's not nothing. Oh my god, is it another room where I'm going to press a button?
We're missing something. Is the machine on?
I'll have to do something slightly different at least.
Okay, kid, you're up.
All right. My turn, Sarge.
On three.
3.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. I don't know how to handle doors that are not opened by shooting them. Really funny, like, Metroid parody concept. Like, you enter a dungeon that Samus is completely unable to traverse because it's just like a normal office building with like normal door handles, right? Instead of being operated by shooting things and turning into a ball. Okay. Okay, well, I get it, but I don't like it. It's better than the other morph ball segments, which are just nothing. Every one of these side-scrolling morph ball segments up until this one has been literally nothing. This is the first one that's kind of something, sort of. This dungeon needs to be studied, though. I'm fucking blown away by this place. It's bad in a way the previous levels were not bad. I'd love to see a GMTK video about this. I really like a lot of his Metroid and Metroidvania associated content. Like, I feel like you could probably feel somewhat have the angst of not understanding why this game sucks alleviated somewhat by being like, well, it's not a Metroid game, it's a traditional 3D Zelda, but it's like, it's not even that. This would be an awful Zelda dungeon. They're in the requirements because other Prime games had them. Yeah. It's kind of a cool set piece, I guess.
The access gate should be open.
Access gate? Where's that?
Samus, you know the way.
Okay.
Want to check your map?
Yeah, no, I like her. I'm not mad about that. Yeah, I'm mad that there is a person talking, but given that that's not negotiable, she's the most interesting of all the characters so far. I actually don't even mind the fact that he's here too, because he's like a little foil for her, since Samus can't be a foil for her since she doesn't talk. It wasn't worth doing a bunch of rooms with him earlier. I would have been fine with meeting them simultaneously, right? And not having those stupid, pointless combat sections earlier.
Almost there.
Almost.
Like I said, I can start to see the impression of the idea almost, kind of. Mackenzie needed to be so annoying that you like. You have to do a joke with that. There has to be a punchline to Mackenzie, right? He has to die, or you have to have like a net gun or something, and you have to like web him up in a corner like Spider-Man or something, right? To shut him up.
I'm punching it.
But there's no punchline, so the setup doesn't work.
We're crash landing.
Is that the problem? Is that Metroid Prime has no gags? Even though Metroidvanias are like very gag dense, they're like structurally about gags. Like blowing up the glass tube in Super Metroid is one of the greatest video game gags of all time.
Everyone okay? Armstrong? Oh, how you doing?
I'm fine. Samus?
Looks like we're good. We should go before they come back.
Because it's like the joke is you keep seeing all these like weird tunnels that are just kind of like zone transitions in Super Metroid, and none of them are interactable. Like sometimes you can see environments around them, but it's just kind of like establishing that you're moving into a new area, or it's just like set decoration or whatever around the tube that you're running through, so that there's an actual tube that you can use your comically overpowered bomb to explode, and that's how you progress through the game. Is kind of a fun little joke, essentially. It's a bit, right? This game has no bits. It has one bit. It has the I keep citing it, but the motorcycle factory. Like, that's a bit. Like, oh, yeah, I am kind of shaped like a wheel, aren't I? Haha, I get it. That's cute.
Here comes that cruiser again.
Man. Negates incoming attacks, okay.
Here comes the boom.
There's two of them and they still don't die very fast.
They're destroying our cover.
You guys want to shoot it? You want to help me at all here, guys?
Heavy down. Keep it up.
Well, I'd love it if you guys would help a little bit. It's not like it only takes psychic damage or something. most of the combat in this game feels pretty pointless, outside of a couple boss fights that have been okay, but like the combat in this dungeon is particularly stupid.
Cruiser's down. It really messed up that door, though. We'll have to find another way.
Yeah, Dread was loaded with gags.
This is as far as we go, kid. It's up to Samus now. This whole facility's
Metroidvanias are like gags the genre, like
back at the control room. Buy you some time. You know what you need to do. Go get that key. And be quick about it, yeah?
Samus! We won't let you down.
Samus, we're in the control room.
We'll get set up in here. See what we can do.
got more pointless combat. Butt stomp. You go hit the save point just in case they don't have a checkpoint at some point here. There's no gags, there's no big set pieces either, really. Like a boss fight like Kraid is a big cool set piece, right?
Okay, we found a way to access the emergency systems.
Right work, but everything locked down after the explosion.
Think positive, Sarge. We can do this.
Or like stuff in Super Metroid where they're like, oh, there's this big lava lake and you need to literally be able to swim through the lava lake. Doesn't seem like it's something that's going to be required when you first get there, but... This game just has nothing going for it. It's so sad. I think it has some of the least inspired secrets placement of all time, too. A lot of Metroid secrets, it feels like them giving you a missile tank or something. Like, that's not it. Like, the fun thing is finding the secret. It could just be like an egg or something, right? It's nice to get something that's actually helpful, but like the thing that feels good about finding a missile tank is noticing that the level had a little secret area that led to a missile tank, and then they're just giving you a cookie for noticing the thing, right? Animal Well is a great game that's just endless gags.
It's gonna get hot in here.
Reroute some of the
should add 2 Space Marines talking to you constantly to Animal Well. That would definitely improve it. Oh yeah, right. Gonna get our obligatory boss fight on the motorcycle. Alright, at least it's a big boss. Something. It's kind of annoying that like all the bosses are infected by a Metroid, but like they don't integrate that into the story, right? It would be like something if they did it. There's a couple games have done this where, you know, you meet the creature before it's infected, and then the Metroid shows up and transforms it in some way. So like you deal with the creature, and then you're like trying to cure the infection. It doesn't do that though. They just all have a Metroid on them so that they can have a glowing weak point. It sucks.
Samus, you better hurry. This facility isn't.
There's gotta be something we can do.
This is why I think they couldn't have gotten rid of the motorcycle entirely, because they had like big boss fight set pieces that were built around it and couldn't just completely replace them. This fight should be really cool, and it's not. It's entirely based on auto lock-on. I have no control. I can't like lock onto the boss with the camera. Sucks that the times we live in that a big Shadow of the Colossus boss like this manages to be kind of boring. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember anything from this game. It's really sad. If they made a point of like showing us these as like the local flora and fauna, and then what a Metroid does when it takes control of them or something, that would be better at least. Okay. Well, at least you got a cool Super Smash Brothers fight arena if we're facing the thing now. Can I? Okay. My aiming's not working there for some reason. Okay. Big set piece boss. It's actually kind of a boring fight is common. Yeah. But like it being a big fight almost is what makes it boring. Yeah, exactly. Those are the best fights in the game, man. Why are we complaining about this? Come back with new Metroid polyps. Yep. Okay. Should be able to jump over that, but I'm gonna die. I think I'm supposed to jump over that. Maybe I can try doing a morph ball. A boring set piece boss. I don't make me do this phase again. This part's like a non-phase. It's like Shadow of the Colossus did these fights. I don't know how to. The camera here sucks, and it's hard to explain why. It should just let me auto lock onto the thing, but it doesn't. But I have to hold in. I have to like make a claw to fight this boss. But it's not like a crazy, satisfying Dark Souls claw. It's like I literally need to make a claw in order to be able to rotate the camera so I can reach the enemy to attack him. Great. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted to do there. This fight is doo-doo, man. I think the part where you're not on the motorcycle is also bad, but this part in particular is really stupid. Okay, it's not jumping over it, I don't think. And it does like half my health and damage, so I gotta be more careful. My God, sometimes I can't get the manual aiming to trigger for some reason. That's what I'm supposed to do, okay. You're not always manually aiming whenever you move the, oh, this thing. Whenever you move the Pro Controller around, it doesn't change your aim unless if you're already locked on, which is kind of strange and unexpected. Don't turn your head right when you're vulnerable, dude. Jesus Christ. I did not do as much damage as I was intended to do there, jeez. Yeah, it's like I'm locked on here, but I can't move the controller to aim. Now I can't move it again. I have to like wait a second for being locked on before it lets me manual aim again.
Samus, we found an escape pod.
Use it to escape the facility.
Let me stop doing the auto lock on. Maybe I'll have an easier time. Fuck. Immediately do a laser attack here. It is a thing he do be doing.
Samus, we got trouble with the escape pod.
We might need your help to fix it.
Gotta go inside the thing somehow. Don't have my... I have a limited time to do something there, I guess. This is another boss where I feel like there's not enough mechanics to justify how long it is. Can't go in the lava, right? Locked by default. There must be something else in this room they want me to interact with here. Can't summon my thing. I can't jump in the lava and get over to it, right? The idea they're going for here is kind of cool, but... Oh, it recovers health every time that happens. Another one? No. guess maybe I need to shoot my slow gun into its mouth, this thing. That's kind of cool. I think this needs to be significantly more featured in the game. I think you do it just infrequently enough that you forget that it's a mechanic. Fucking seriously. Did I, like, clip a wall right before touching the thing? Okay, that's better. Psychic Grapple. This is the Psychic Grapple. Who writes this shit? But they've had a couple bosses that just give you an energy tank. Oh, fuck.
Help with the escape pod!
Meet us up in the control room.
We can't live without you. If you don't make it, neither do we.
How much of this facility actually gets destroyed here?
Samus, it's not looking too good up here.
Systems are failing. Fast. Are you on your way?
Working on it.
The console isn't responding. Maybe we should try to reboot it.
I'll pry this panel off. See if I can hardwire it.
Don't worry, escaping during a countdown is like my whole thing. It's like the one thing they always respect in every Metroid game. They can't respect the make everyone shut the fuck up aspect, but
It's not working. I can't fix this thing.
Yeah. Because it has to fall apart. Exactly. Shit, man. Fire does so much damage. Fire hazards do like 100 times more damage than everything else in the game. It's ridiculous. It's a good question.
Armstrong, anything you can do to help?
Fine, Sarge, believe me. Just not looking. There she is! Yes! Oh, yeah! Samus! We need your help. We can't activate the escape
You
pod.
need psychic magic.
Must have been damaged at some point. We need to find a way to manually override the system.
Yeah, cringe solo indie dev.
Understood.
Where it's like you're better off just not having.
Lock in, Private.
Yes, sir.
That's cool. I thought they were gonna do this. Samus a chance to be a hero.
You know what?
Samus? Samus! No! No! We can't just leave her!
Trust that she'll make it out.
Oh, good. Open the door. That was kind of cool that it erupted in the skybox. At least they tried something in that level story-wise with the fangirl and like her trying to get them out, because like the ice belt was nothing, right? Just nothing at all. Not even an attempt at something. I do think that that level was horrible and probably one of the all-time worst dungeons in any Zelda or Metroid game. Shockingly bad. Let me call dipshit here just in case I have to go somewhere stupid. Oh. 'Cause I don't have the magnet ball or whatever I need for progress in the next marked area on the map. Ooh-wee. I guess I could go to the Volt Forge if the last level was intending to create the expectation that we have to return there all the time for upgrades. It's in the southwest, I think. Okay, that doesn't
Wise
help me.
strategy to revisit the places you've already been when you acquire a new ability. It's a wise strategy to revisit the places you've already been when you acquire a new ability.
I like the first take. I'm gonna try saying the word ability again there, man. I hate that these don't break if you're not going a minimum speed. It's like just dickish. I worry that the dumb desert and the dumb NPCs are going to tank the majority of the hate for this game, and that it won't generate the kind of discourse it needs to generate, because people are going to be like, oh, well, obviously the problem is the obvious desert. I need to break some threshold number of them to beat the game, it seems like. Shows it here in my, yeah. Return to the altar of legacy in Fury Green with green energy crystals. So it's literally an even worse version of Wind Waker's Triforce Hunt. It's the 6th key. Gaming's dumbest collectible. No, me neither. I understand that it represents cut content, but I think it's executed fine, given that it's a compromise. This is much worse, though. That really should, like, pop you on there if you get anywhere close to it with the motorcycle, I think. Something I can grapple in here, I take it. Hope it's not just another boring console. They love to put a stupid fight in this room, don't they? Before you're allowed to leave. Stone probably has the best music in the game too. I like this track. Okay, I have no idea where I'm going here. I guess there's stuff down this way I haven't done. Save really quick.
Try looking at the map. See if there are any areas you haven't searched yet.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Yeah, I agree, Spiky. Drive across this horrible empty map and break all these green crystals that are necessary to beat the game is one of the worst things I've ever seen. It's so bad, like, it makes me want to cry. It makes me sad for Retro that they had to ship this. Because it's like, you gotta cut that. Like, it's so embarrassing. And that's why I'm convinced that they restructured the beginning of the game, that originally you were supposed to just begin on the big desert map, and open with the motorcycle, and they added a bunch of weird, strange teleports across the map so that the first exposure to the game wouldn't be that. Because then the game would have like a 40 on Metacritic if that was people's first exposure. This is like an elevator shortcut, so I don't have to do everything. Okay. That's convenient, at least. These robot enemies are really boring. Really do not like fighting them. The Triforce Hunt is basically the Chozo artifacts. Exactly. It's the obligatory end of Metroid Prime game. Now you have all your abilities, so revisit all the zones you've been to, pick up all the missing missile packs, right? It's like a little reason to go around and explore everywhere with all the upgrades. Does not actually help me at all. Is it just a shortcut? It might just be a shortcut. Okay. What's this, though? I think it's they needed to cut the motorcycle, but they couldn't. It was impossible for them to cut it. It was too tied into other systems. And so the green crystals exist to make the desert map slightly less embarrassing, but it doesn't work. It makes it more embarrassing, I think. I have an electric shock still. Where do you guys want me to go? I don't think I actually wanted to come over here. It's just a quick way to get around, I guess. I think these psychic rails kind of look cool, but they also come across as kind of lazy progression things, because it's like you just draw them in whatever direction you want, right? Oh my god. Why did you not go on the thing? Okay. Just go straight, there's a way down, I guess. Oh, I remember this. Be like missile tanks and stuff, but Mackenzie popped up and said something, so. Yeah, they're really stretching the runtime here. I feel like every time I have to come back here to use a power up to get an important progression upgrade, it's just kind of stretching everything out. Especially if this gives me a fucking chip. If this gives me like a thunder chip that I have to bring back to Mackenzie, I don't even know why I'm saying that like that's a joke. That's what's gonna happen, right? You have the fire blockers, the ice blockers, and the thunder blockers. Very creative names. Yeah. Okay. Now, it would be one thing, I guess it would help a little bit if each chip you needed to go to one of the other NPCs, if they weren't all Mackenzie, right? I was like, okay, go back and check in on the boring ice belt guy, right? Again, it wouldn't be good, but it would be something. This is the same fight as before, probably. Yeah, he still has his butt stomp. Oh, I guess the last boss didn't have a butt stomp, technically. So that's the first one. Isn't this guy from that bad Metroid Prime Hunters game originally? Oh, I see. Okay. You'll let me grab the thing. Shit's annoying. Like, pull me, oh, I'm gonna die. I guess I'm just supposed to run away from him instead of trying to get on a wall to DPS him. That's kind of a cool attack. Fuck. Once you touch the ground, it's like really hard to recover, it seems like. Another robot. Like, you're never actually fighting him. Okay, so I haven't got an energy tank in a while. I haven't been, like, going out of my way to avoid secrets, but it feels like almost all of the collectibles are, like, purely endgame backtracking. I haven't really thought about that in a Metroidvania before, but I think it's really important that, like, as you're progressing through an area, that yes, you know, you go and get a bunch of missile tanks and energy tanks and stuff by going back to areas you traversed a very long time ago with your upgrades, but the general zone also needs to conceal secrets, and this game almost never does that. It's almost always just like a trivial, yeah, go back to this zone, and now you'll see marked on the map there's a fire blocker, right? Or your fire gun is basically just a boring key. It's rarely something clever, right? I'm gonna go bring the thunder chip to Mackenzie. This was also pretty bad in terms of it being like a core thing necessary for progress. It's like you get zapped and it stops you from moving when it happens, even if you just activated an explosion. A weird place for a shot expansion, but okay. Are you gonna make me fight some bullshit to be allowed to leave the level? I guess I already fought it when I got in here, okay. Oh my god. First try. Alright, so I have to manually drive all the way back to Mackenzie. So all the way up here. At least there's a shortcut on the way in. I think I marked that as an electricity power-up, so... Imagine how much better this place would be with some bumpin' music. Like the least advisable place in any video game to have no music. Like it could work if it felt like Shadow of the Colossus, right? Like that's a very lonely game, big empty map. But like it uses the emptiness to enhance the feeling of loneliness. Here, it's like you've got this super powered gun. You've got all these crystals you have to explode, right? Just it doesn't feel lonely. It feels stupid. Shadow of the Colossus is about constantly like building and releasing tension, right? So like finding out where the Colossus is and slowly riding there. You're kind of like contemplating the last one and imagining what the next one's going to be. I don't think we'll finish today. Unfortunately, I think the How Long to Beat is based on the in-game clock, which it doesn't seem like it's like as wrong as the Wild Arms 3 one. I think that's the worst in-game clock I've ever seen in terms of how accurate it is to real-time passing. It's off by like a factor of 4 or something. When does it pause in Super Metroid when you're getting items and stuff? Oh, everybody's here.
Holy cow! Samus! I knew you'd make it out of there. Because you're Samus Aran.
You're not dead.
That's me.
Excellent.
Sarge, come on. She saved our lives.
Yeah, I know.
Yep.
Glad you made it out. Thank you. Anyway, we could use a breather. Let me know if you need anything. Let's go, kid.
Glad you're okay. Don't know what we do without you.
I guess that's deliberate in that game.
Hey, Samus. I was finally able to get here after my leg was fixed up.
Hold still.
I am.
I'm almost done.
He's been saying that for an hour.
Alright, how's that? Better?
I can't see.
What about now?
Good.
Okay.
Welcome back, Samus. You found a new chip, right?
So all of our characters are like D tier or lower. So it's like FFF tier. FF tier. He's actually not as bad as that guy because that guy's just like incredibly boring, the sniper guy. F tier, D tier.
I'd love to see the chip myself, but could you wait until we get to the holo
Holy
table?
shit. Shut up. That was unnecessary to record.
This also looks like a circuit with a chip inside. This one's gonna be fun. Just like I thought. With a few tweaks, you'll be able to use a new shot.
A new shot. She gets another shot.
Sometimes I surprise even myself. This one's a beaut.
I love that when he produces the thing, she still just kind of just plugs it into her gun, suggesting that you could have just done this yourself. Yeah, definitely the worst power-ups ever.
Presenting the thunder
It's
shot.
at least interesting when you have like, okay,
Electric
there's the
shock is
ice
effective against
missile versus the
I think you'll be able to provide electricity to devices.
thunder beam or whatever.
All right. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help you out. Go shock them with thunder shocks.
Samus is nice and wants Mackenzie to feel useful. Yeah, so I think I'm probably going to wrap. I was going to go over by an hour to finish, but I don't think that's in the cards, so I'll just wrap once we get one more hour in here, and I'll finish it in 2026. This one shoots faster. Noticeably faster, okay. I'm pretty underwhelmed by missiles in general right now, sadly. I truly hate these boring-ass elemental blocker doors. All to be pointed down here. Gotcha, okay. It's kind of cool. I do like all the Georgia O'Keeffe flower motifs for this alien race. I feel like the very first temple you wake up in is really cool and really striking, and then like you don't really see a lot of it after that, sadly. That was when I thought the game knew what it was doing for a second after it takes you away from the Marines and teleports you to an area where you're totally by yourself. It's totally confusing. Like, it's actually good for a few minutes. Whoa. This was able to do this all along and didn't realize I could move those down. Oh, but I have to do the other one, so it didn't matter anyway. Okay, but they give me a little cookie for starting that, I guess. Ice blocker. That feels like placeholder text on the map. Blow out the candle of life. Okay, this text is baffling. The freezing of flowing water is precisely how one's first steps are to be taken. Remember this. Understand this, you who command the power of ice. To steal heat from every object of the world is an act to bring about stillness. What the fuck? Like, freezing the water carried in all who live will blow out the candle of life. Do not forget this. Did a person write that? What the fuck is that? I didn't know. I just kind of read through the other ones without thinking about them, but... Oh, I have a limited amount of time. Take advantage of it before it naturally melts or something. Okay. Yeah, but it's like stupid. All right. Guess that's a reward. Like, I've seen games do a like piss poor job of trying to do, you know, a little poetic lore line, but that was something else. I want to check the lightning one again. The one who properly controls elemental power will lead the way to the future, guiding the soul of the Lemorn to a land of peace. Okay, well that's dumb, but not baffling. The element of lightning is a prophecy. A flash and a roar will guide the path that is taken to the Lemorn's far tomorrow. Okay, that's also dumb, but not baffling. When lightning binds with the way of the instrument, vivid colors and rich accomplishment are brought to each day of the Lemorn. Okay, that one's fucking stupid. And baffling. Yet one must not be arrogant. The path on which the Lemorn strive will lead us beyond the use of such instruments. Okay, stupid but not baffling. So one of those was bad, but all of the ice ones were like, what the fuck? Like, why is this here? Okay. I don't want to get in the habit of like claiming or accusing that stupid trivial obelisk text is AI generated, right? But like a person wouldn't write that. You just wouldn't put anything in that room. You wouldn't have any obelisks at all. Way out, I think so. Think about when you freeze something, it's still. Yeah, man. That's what freezing is. Okay, so I actually don't know where to take, because I still need the magnet thing to go to the final zone, so I guess I'll see if he calls me and gives me a tip, or I'll just revisit a zone. I think you need to have infinite boost. I guess they've tried to think, well, it's a new upgrade we can give you. We can give you more boost nodes, but this place sucks without it. It sucks with it, too, to be fair. It's not like it's good if you have boost, but... It's not enough. There's like little flowers that you can bump into that restore your boost, and it's not worth it. Really wish the communication not available message didn't take like 5 seconds to clear. Okay. I don't have a way to get up there, I don't think. I know we had several thunder blockers. I commented on them earlier today. We've got like several loading screens to actually get to the level here too. Yeah, how many missile packs are lying around in random unremarkable parts of the desert? Missiles are so bad. You could probably scan to see them from far away, I bet. Place looks kind of cool. It was at one point part of the open world was let you go through somewhere like this, you know? One sec. This is probably the singular Metroidvania I've played where backtracking feels most like backtracking, right? Where they didn't try to hide it at all. I guess the areas are all so separate from each other, like they're different Zelda dungeons, that it feels like having to constantly revisit Zelda dungeons, which is weird. And not something Zeldas really ever have you do. The Zelda dungeons are all in like weird edges of the map, so you kind of generate the expectation that when you're done with it, you never have to go back there ever again, right? Kind of a cute little mini set piece, I guess. Oh my, this is... Did I happen to just go straight to the first right place? I mean, it was the first place I could think of that had... a so-called thunder blocker. I like the robot guy. At least he's not a regular fucking human marine.
Perhaps we are out of range. I will accompany you. This door is blocking your way. Allow me to assist.
Oh, thanks, bud.
The way is clear. Moving forward, please let me know when I can clear the way.
I don't know what else is blocked out in this direction. This thing, I guess?
Affirmative. All done.
Job's done. At least he's fucking useful, right? And he's a robot, which helps.
This path has been weakened. You should be able to destroy it.
Alright. That's why it's the psychic grapple. You're like, right, the fire gun is totally fucking useless. I love when game developers make a Metroidvania or whatever, and then like they have a bunch of abilities and they just kind of forget that one of them exists. I really noticed it in Bloodstained, which is a pretty good game, but it's supposed to have this like mechanic where you hold down a button and then you can move something with your mind, and you use it constantly in the first level, and then Igarashi et al. Completely forget about it for like the whole game, and then they're like, oh fuck, right, and then there's like a one level where you use it again. It's the psychic age, right? I'm always annoyed by gamers who will be like, Skyward Sword is a shitty game. Because like Skyward Sword's probably the worst Zelda, and it's got a lot of problems, but like it's still fine. It's still like acceptable. This game is very close to being shitty. It is definitely much worse in comparison to other Metroid games, I guess other than other M, than Skyward Sword is in comparison to other Zelda games. Like, there are really serious structural problems with this one. Oh, this is kind of neat. This is kind of a gag, right? Like, just something like that, you know? Multiple ice floors that you have to drop down. It doesn't have to be rocket science, right? Just something other than just go open the door, press the button and open the door. Seek the depths to ascend to the stars. Prove your worthiness. Yeah, there is like a chain lightning effect. That's helpful. I guess I'll say that about like Super Mario Sunshine as well. Super Mario Sunshine is a terrible Mario game. I've heard people are turning on Mario Odyssey now too. Psychic Spider Ball, as well as Psychic Ball tracks. I feel like their idea for them being psychic upgrades is so weak. It's just like, yeah, occasionally also there'll be one that's not real that you have to like manifest into being, and it works with that. Oh, okay. Lesson learned. Don't do that. I think we have to take bad game away from gamers. Because like you could critique Mario Odyssey and say you don't like the way it's structured or whatever, but like it's saying that it's a bad game is like insane. Okay. Well, this is kind of cool. It's different at least. Is that our first like bona fide actual new ability in the whole game? It's like not super. I mean, it's I guess it's a unique way to progress in Morph Ball, but it's something. I'm very compassionate to them in the quest to make a new Metroidvania ability. I recognize that that is basically impossible, right? Like everything's already been done. Unless if you have some crazy game-spanning gimmick all your other gimmicks can talk to. You're probably not going to come up with something that doesn't just degenerate to a Metroidvania ability in one of a dozen other games, but you gotta try. I guess this thing is new to Metroid, arguably, although it's underused. It's like a fundamental ability that's used just infrequently enough that you start to forget that you can do it. Shimigami Tensei. New game comes out, the community shits on it, starts talking about how the last game was an underrated gem. And the shitting continues until the next game comes out. Don't jump immediately when I walk outside, apparently. What we want to see now is we want to see the robot guy, like, annihilate one of these things, right? That would be kind of cool. It's something that works in 3D, I think, and most Metroidvanias are not 3D. The robot's just gone now. Alright, I gotta go at the bottom. So the little, like, ball launcher thing is a cool idea, I think. It's a little different. Yeah, Prime 2 still had ideas. I'd say Prime 3 did as well. Everything has too many hit points in this. I think most enemies should die almost immediately, especially from like a missile hit. Yeah, it's 3 loading screens in a row, punctuated with a loading hallway. Still can't get up there as far as I know. Maybe I can get that for the golem buddy guy. Kind of wish some of the dungeons were like hidden slightly on the map, so you had to explore a little bit.
Everybody left for the mine. You can meet them there. Oh, and they just made contact with View 995. I sent them the mine's coordinates. They should be on their way to the mine now.
Ice blocker. Have to find all the statues eventually. Is that what we're doing here? Oh, never mind. It's like I have enough upgrades now that I feel like I can try to look for some of these shrines. Green energy crystals. think they try to have a global shape for things that you're meant to hit with that beam. I think what they really need to do is just focus on things moving very fast, because I feel like they haven't done that enough to make you, when you see this fan spinning, you're like, oh, I have to shoot something with this fan blade. Sometimes they use it when it's very fast, but sometimes they use it when it's like out of line of sight, and I feel like they need to pick one. Or reinforce it all the time, right? Charged fire shot. Okay, that's cool. She can just pick that up. She doesn't have to go take that to numbnuts. But I needed the ice beam to get that. It's a teleportation bubble. Cool. So I don't have to walk back out. So these are basically Breath of the Wild shrines, but there's not very many of them, and they're all heavily gated behind having the upgrades. I guess, okay, so here's an interesting idea. I don't know if this would work, but imagine that you wanted to do Metroid Breath of the Wild, and the way that you do it is you just have a full Metroid game. You just play through an entire normal traditional Metroid game structured like a normal Metroid game, and then the moment you have all of the upgrades, that's when you finally see the big open map. And there's shrines all over the place, and the shrines have, you know, gooble fobbles and squibbly doos and some mixture of things that are actually necessary for progress, right? But that all of the shrines themselves are clearable using the power-ups that you got from playing the regular Metroid game. That's already not that dissimilar from Metroid Prime structure, where it's like, okay, play a normal Metroid game, and now that you have all the power-ups, now you have to go and collect all the keys, right? Go on the Chozo artifact hunt, or whatever the fuck. FF13 if it was good. Yeah. I feel like you could dot this place with all sorts. Well, first of all, don't make it a boring desert. Second of all, put some music in there. Third of all, get rid of the green crystals because they're embarrassing. But have substantially more shrine-like content to discover, and have it use your entire, like, kit of abilities. Another missile tank. Yep. Well, that's the fundamental see, Dooms, you're stumbling on the problem with every open world game, that the open world is just a stupid fucking menu. With the exception of, like, maybe fewer than 10 games, it's a big coloring book that's essentially just a stupid menu, right? And the industry hasn't really figured out that that's the case yet. What if a big dumb menu level select menu, but you had to like walk in between the locations instead of pressing up and down on the D-pad? It'll certainly make the game longer.
Samus, let us accompany you. But one issue. Looks like we can't get across.
We're
Lieutenant
talking
tells me
characters.
the bridge controls are on the
So,
other side of this gap. What do you think?
to me, this is more evidence of my theory that there's at least one fully cut dungeon from this game, because I bet the golem robot was in it.
That's why we're here.
Actually, I expect there are 2 cut dungeons based on the weird pacing where you have to like leave and go back to a previous area to get an elemental chip, and then also get another upgrade immediately afterward in a different zone. That happens twice in the game. It happens with the ice chip, and then the next power-up, some spider ball, the boost ball, right? Ice chip and boost ball are not part of a dungeon. They're part of a weird, awkward thing where you revisit 2 locations immediately after completing a boss. And then immediately after that, it's the thunder chip and the spider ball. So my theory is that the fangirl and the golem were in 2 distinct dungeons, and that the game originally had 2 more dungeons than it has, and they had to cut them for time and quickly throw the upgrades into earlier dungeons. Because otherwise, like, meeting the big robot guy and him, like, punching one wall is really fucking weird. Yeah, it could be a desert, but it can't be barren. And it doesn't have to be scoped similarly to Breath of the Wild. That's an unreasonable ask, I think. Breath of the Wild is kind of an unreasonable game, and I feel like it's done a lot of damage to the industry by existing. Like, I'm worried that's going to happen with GTA 6, right? GTA 6 is going to come out, and everyone's going to be like, this is what games need to be like from now on. It's like, no, games do not need to cost $2 billion. And take 15 fucking years to come out, or whatever. This is a scope disaster for gaming. I like the game, it's good, but it is not doing good things for audience expectations. It's similar as like the Avengers movies, right? I think that the first thing they have to do is they have to take this desert map and make it like a 1/5 the size, maybe a 1/10 the size. You could probably put more stuff in it then. Well, that's pretty fucking helpful. Don't need anybody else. The robot's the best character. He's C tier.
Elevators here. Let's go. Now. We got you. Go on now.
What is this soundtrack? It's like really muted. Barely hear it. The game kind of gave up on the whole, hey, it's a Metroid Prime soundtrack, but we're featuring an electric guitar in this one. That was true for like the first 3 hours and then just kind of stopped.
They can hold their own.
Why'd we stop?
I don't know. Might be stuck.
Let's get out of here.
Copy that. We can't get down from here. Lead the way, Samus.
Sammy. I don't like there's a lot of doors you have to scan and then touch. It's a stupid thing to complain about, but there's a lot of it. Feels like it's wasting my time. Now I wonder, is that the same thing from the volcano level? I think it
This is
is.
the belly of the beast, huh? Not impressed.
Whoa. This place is huge. Hello? Echo!
I expect they had a really ambitious plan for the open world where there's a lava area and an ice area and a desert area, right, and a big empty mine hole and a big lush forest with a giant pretty concept art tree. And they ended up just having to separate those all out into distinct, like, teleportable areas.
Don't go falling now.
Oh, cute.
She's got it.
Like that. It's cool. I hope somebody leaks a bunch of like concepts from this game at some point, because I imagine it was really, really, really ambitious at some point. Maybe even that first dev that Nintendo said had to completely cancel the game and start over was too ambitious, and that was the problem. Explains why it's been in development hell for so fucking long, and then gets released and it's like nothing.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Requires multiple individuals to release.
What do we have here?
Grab a side, Sarge.
Once again, I need them to open a door for me.
Come on.
Blow their arms off, shoot a missile.
You get buried alive. No one would ever know.
What, does it bring back some memories?
I'll tell you some other time.
The fuck?
I like them better behind bars.
This is save room. Map room.
Looky here.
Doesn't look like there's a way down without the elevator.
Whoa. It's updating in real time. Look at all these natural caverns.
We're in luck. Looks like they connect to the lower levels of the mine.
We can use these to reach the teleporter key.
Let's look for a way in.
Sure. The other room's gonna be a save room, right?
Let's catch our breath.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, save rooms are kind of few and far between here, so I'm gonna try to do a little bit of progress. I might have to come back here in 5-10 minutes. Actually, kind of surprised at how few save rooms there are. A big dull gray mine is not exactly the most exciting thing for a final or penultimate dungeon.
I got you, Samus.
On three. Three.
Possible to destroy with ordinary firearms. Oh, okay. Super missiles, finally?
Whoa. What's this huge thing?
Big drill.
According to the map, those cabins should be right below us. Let's find a way to punch through.
Okay.
There's gotta be a way we can get fired up. Man, charge or something.
It's kind of cute.
Nice work, Samus. Now let's get this baby into position. Easy does it. That's as high as it'll go. Just need to aim it.
Oh, cool. The big old sandworm or something.
Shoot! The hinge is jammed. Samus, you're up.
I think we're like near a giant wall or giant creature of some kind. So how the fuck do I get up there?
Well, that's one way to do it. Okay, let's start it up.
Sarge?
That's both a gag and a cool big alien set piece. Oh, maybe not. I thought you were going to say that the walls were like a giant worm coiled around this chamber or something, but it's just more regular enemies.
Hold them off until we punch through.
Never mind. Drawing the noise? Oh, they're like the things from Pitch Black. Threaten to be interesting. I suspect a lot of these enemies are just reskinned regular Grievers. Although we went to the trouble of putting their rank on the character list on the left side of the screen.
Armstrong is down. Here comes the bull.
Got me?
Nice shot. We can go down to the next level. Jump into the hole.
I need a save point though.
All right, old man. Your turn.
Change of plans. You'll be safe. They can't follow you anymore.
We were fine, but
No!
See you on the other side, kid.
Sarge! Do you read me?
fine with that happening, but that seemed unnecessary.
Sarge!
There.
Let's go.
It's crazy that If I'm right that they needed to like show off their engine tech for the human faces, that they almost always are talking through their helmets. You see their face for like 1% of their dialogue time, to the point where it's like, why is just have them always have the helmet on? Like, never show me their face. Like, what do you have to prove? Like, I guess we could see Samus's face, right? Look how amazing it is. I can see her pores. Yeah. Yeah, didn't we just establish they could dig through the... What the fuck did he sacrifice himself for? I kind of wish the elemental shots didn't share an ammo type. Worried about getting to a save room. I don't think there's a save and quit mechanism here. Okay, well, I'm gonna try to. Yeah. Which is okay. I guess games don't need to have a lot of enemy variety, but it's another one of the reasons why modern AAA games were a mistake, right? You notice the further and further we get away from the PS1 era, the more it becomes too expensive to have lots of enemy variety because you just have to model so much. Yeah, there's just a lot of little incidental baby monsters, some bunch of varieties of tiny flying thing that dies in one hit and refills your ammo and health. Highly flammable.
can do this.
That might be a save room.
Careful using missiles. Worried about them getting through this.
Okay.
Stop with the missile.
The premise here of like loud noises drawing more enemies is kind of cool, to be honest. I don't hate it.
Help me. Don't leave me behind.
So that I can't just run through the stage.
I feel better.
Oh, it is cute that everything despawns when you do that, though.
Looks like something's back there. Need backup? This looks like our way out. How do we get through?
Where's a power source to open? There's a morph ball path, maybe. Haven't done this in a while.
We need to find a way to break through the rubble back there.
Well, that looks like that would help.
What is that?
Okay, save room is like a couple rooms away. Let's see how long this takes
You're a
to
miracle worker, Samus.
dig through this.
This'll do nicely. We can use it to break through that wall. Come on, you can do it. Got it, girl.
I do like that she fangirls out when you first meet her for like 2 minutes, and then is just a regular character after that. It's not like her whole personality, that's all she ever does in every scene.
This'll do.
It's still kind of cute when she's like, oh, hey, wow, look at Samus go with the morph ball.
Samus, I'll clear the rubble. Just keep them off me, okay?
All right, here we go.
Cover me while I clear this rubble.
Fortunately, I don't really have a lot of resources here. Just constantly knocking back my shit. Yeah, looks like it. I think they desperately needed to give me more resources here, like way more elemental shot ammo.
Hang on.
That's cool. See, do something like that every now and then, right?
Buy me some time. I got this.
Guy's really dependent on you not letting him explode on you. I'm gonna die. That's gonna suck. Fuck. She dies, that's okay. I can revive her.
Thank you, Samus.
If I stand over here, they won't hit me. Working on it. Shut up.
Too many of them.
Oh my god. How many fucking enemies are over here? Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I need more like shots. Did she die? Holy fuck. Hopefully the checkpoint as it's coming out of the wall there, otherwise I'm gonna have to call it
What is
there.
that?
I have to do both segments again. All right. I have a hard stop here. I have to stop. So, future Marstead, before next stream, just try to get back here and pause the game. Like, start playing 20 minutes before and get here and then pause and then go live and resume from here since you don't get a save point right before this section. That sucks.